the power is back.
Let's try to clean up. Don't even do a second date. I'm so happy.
Good. Did you flip it before or whatever?
No. I finished my arithmetic before the power went out. But then I couldn't continue in school because I needed to do science and history and those are lectures. And since there wasn't any power, there was no Wi-Fi. No lecture. No lecture, no finished school. So, yeah. Mom said I don't have to do a second day anymore, so please. Scoot so I can finish and then I have tons of time to relax. And I want to finish quick too because I'm training really hard. Also, I've been hiccuping. Also, I've been hiccuping a lot. Why?
Well, I'm gonna play with this again.
You can play with it later.
What are you gonna do?
History and science. I told you I haven't finished the school yet.
Get my glasses. I need to restart that. Wait. Minimize that.
It's minimized already.
No, it's not minimized. No. The underline.
I know. Minus bar.
It's not a minus, it's an underscore.
I call it a minus or whatever.
You might call a chicken a rooster too, and I may not be a rooster.
Yeah. I know it's not the proper term, but it's called minus because it's like
It's minimized. Yes, it looks like minus.
okay, it's not what?
Double click on that one, yeah. Yes, the XSplit. Yes.
I'm hitting a lot. I'll keep putting up here.
It won't stand and you can't suck it to it. If it would suck to, I would agree totally, but it won't even suck to a surface like that. That's not smooth. You could take it there, double stick tapes, whatever. But for now, we just have to use this.
Also, the setup, this is much heavier than...
Yes, I could take the stand, if we're going to continue to use this, I could take the stand off of it.
Because
And you'll need to learn how to what?
that falls. You need to bounce it on top of it now. I think
You'll ship back there and it won't fall. Boy, the deck is moved. There and it won't fall. If you wedge it just right.
raisins.
Just a minute, and I can't hear me yet.
I want to finish that. I'm going to be real hungry. I think I'm scared about it too. Oh yeah, that's really good.
Okay.
I know.
Wait, it's already...
Yeah, they're already stirring.
It just restarted, okay.
Then I just drag it up in there, right?
Yeah, drag it up there.
Just by clicking there.
And drag it up.
Oh, that's so cool! It's like half down here, half down up there.
Yes. Move it over the sides of... Now, start Chrome. Okay, for now that'll work.
And then when
It doesn't have the clock on it, but that's fine. I'll work on that later. There's a problem with the router.
up here it doesn't show everything, but it's okay.
It won't. I've got it overclocked because it's set up for the screenshot of the teacher, and so that's has an aspect ratio of 4:5, not 16:9 like the display. See how that fills it up just almost exactly?
Yeah!
And that's the way it's set up. Now here, just a second, let me tweak that just a minute. Put the time in there, but that's not going to happen.
I did nothing for my hunger.
We're glad you're back for science class today.
I unplugged these because they stopped working. And it was buffered enough that I could finish the 2 minutes remaining on my math class.
Oh, good.
But then I tried clicking on science and it didn't work. But when I was finishing taking the last 2 minutes for my arithmetic, the sound wouldn't work because these were off, so I needed to unplug it. So that's why the sound.
We're going to first of all look at the work that we were doing just right at the beginning of this class time. And Benjamin's going to help us out with the answer there for number 3. Name the 4 main parts of a flower.
4 main parts of a flower are the pistil, the petal, the stamen, and the ovule.
Pistils and petals and stamens and sepals is the last one. And you're all set. Good. Number 4, list and define the 3 parts of the pistil.
The 3 parts of a pistil are the stigma, which is the top sticky part of the style. The style.
You know what, Natalie? That's wonderful. Let's hold your book up, and then we'll be able to see you a little bit better. Okay, good.
The style, which is the stalk that connecting the stigma and the ovary, which is the large rounded bottom of the style.
The large rounded bottom of the whole pistil, right? And it's right below the style. Good. Can a staminate flower produce seeds? Why or why not? So a staminate flower is one that has only, can you guess from the name?
Stamens.
Stamens. All right. And is the stamen the part of the flower that makes the seeds?
No.
No. What part of the flower makes the seeds?
Ovary.
Which is part of the pistil. Good. So if a flower has only stamens and no pistils, could it make seeds?
No.
No, it could not because it doesn't have the right parts to be able to do that. Good. All right, now let's start with Garrett and we'll do our activity. So let me read the answer or the question and then we'll go in order. The sum of all body activities.
Metabolism.
Right, that's 2 across. Now 3. Everything surrounding the organism being studied.
Is an environment.
Good. Number 6, the study of how an organism's internal structure functions.
Physiology.
Good. Conditions not the same in all groups. Olivia. They're going to be different between different groups. They vary. So we call them Variables. Good. Mary. Number 9, a small toe high on the leg that does not normally reach the ground.
A dew claw.
Right. Good. And number 15, animal life. Jacob.
A fauna.
Yes, animal life is fauna. Right? 16, the father of the scientific method.
Sir Francis Bacon.
He is. Good. And then we had the ones that were going down. Number 1, Tommy, a sensible explanation about the objects and events in nature. Remember to turn sideways. Did I skip number 11? Oh, let's go back to that. The study of living things.
Biology.
Biology. And then we had number 15 and 16. Now let's start the down ones. You can do down number 1 too. A sensible explanation about the objects and events in nature.
Hypothesis.
It is a hypothesis. Good. Number 4. Leah. Hot springs in the ocean floor.
Thermal vents.
Good. Number 5. The area between the highest and lowest points that the tide reaches. Evan.
Intertidal zone.
Exactly. Good. Now passing the mic up to Kenny. And we have number 8 down. The study of organisms interacting with their surroundings and with each other.
No.
Number 8, interacting with their surroundings and with each other. Why don't we get Nicole to help you out?
Ecology.
It is. Good. And then number 10, John, a type of symmetry in which an organism can only be cut one way to create right and left halves.
Bilateral.
It is. Good. Number 12, living things. Dixie.
Organisms.
Excellent. And back over to Heidi. Number 13, active mainly during the day.
Diurnal.
Exactly. Number 14, a way of explaining an object or event by using a set of facts. Josh.
A theory.
It is a theory. Good. That one's kind of hard. Take a look at yours there. We had 16 altogether. Did you get all of those 16 right? Students watching, how did you do? Did you make corrections and changes? You know what? These can be very helpful to get ready for quizzes and tests. Every few lessons we'll have another quiz, and then we'll have a test coming in a bit. It's a little while until we have our first test. But you're working on those terms each night. These homework things will help you to do that. So let's put that work away. And let's take your book out and have that closed on your desk. And we need to think back and see how well we remember things that we talked about last time. So, Michael, I think we left off with you, didn't we? So we'll start with you as we're doing some review here. But let's have students watching answer the first question. Michael, then you can give the answer so they can check how they did. What do we call a way for scientists to gather and pursue scientific knowledge? Okay, Michael, what do we call that? A way to do something, in this case, to gather and pursue scientific knowledge.
Experiment.
Well, that's part of this way. If it's a way that scientists use, we probably call it a scientific, and a way just means a method. So what are we looking at here?
Scientific method.
There you go. And again, the definition makes it sound hard, but it's really not. Name one of the three main parts of the scientific method coming up the row there, Nina.
State the problem.
That's one of the steps. But remember, there are three main things that you do pretty much throughout the scientific method.
Observing.
Good, excellent. What's another one, Micah?
Hypothesizing.
Excellent, good. Over to Manissa and students watching, see if you can get it before she does. Besides hypothesizing and observing, what is the third main part of the scientific method?
Planning.
Well, you know what? We always picture scientists doing this. Why don't you turn sideways just a little bit? We picture a scientist with a white lab coat. He's in a lab, and he's got beakers and test tubes, and he's doing a what?
Experiment.
Right. So what's the third part of the scientific method?
Experimenting.
Exactly. Good. All right. So what do we call a method or a way that scientists gather and pursue knowledge, Cody? It's a method, and scientists use it. Tatiana, help him.
Can you repeat the question?
Well, it's exactly that. A method that scientists use. How about a scientific method? Right? There you go. Remember, it sounds hard, but it's the ones we've been talking about. Students watching, while he's getting the microphone, what is the term that we use for facts that we gather when we are observing? Benjamin? Again, these are terms that we use for common sense things, but it's important to remember them. Natalie, the facts that we gather when we're observing.
Data.
Right, exactly. Good. For David, thinking about objects and events in nature. and creating a sensible explanation.
Hypothesis.
And that's what we call the explanation. And the process of making one is called, just like you do an experiment when you're experimenting. You make a hypothesis when you are helping them, Caitlin. That's good, David. You got that turn, that first turn.
Hypothesizing.
Hypothesizing. There we go. All right, for Garrett. Testing a hypothesis is called?
Experimenting.
Exactly. Good. And then we come to the individual steps of the scientific method. Rihanna, what's the first one? We can't know that we even need to do an experiment until we have something to do it on, so we have to state a... Everett, help her.
Problem.
Exactly. Good. What's the second step? Number 1, state the problem. Step 2, then, Olivia, is?
Make a hypothesis.
We can't do that yet because we don't know enough about our topic.
Gather information.
There you go. Exactly. Good. Mary, what's the third step?
Make a hypothesis.
And what's that fancy word for making one?
Hypothesizing.
It is, and if we're going to come up with it, we formulate it, right? Remember that? All right, and then step 4. Jacob.
Test the hypothesis with an experiment.
Fantastic. Good. And step 5, Ayana. And we do this all the way through, remember? We've got our pen and our paper and our journal notebook or whatever we choose to call it, and Tommy, help her out. She's almost got it. It's on the tip of her tongue. Not on the tip of your tongue. Students watching, help us out and pass it back to Leah.
What was the question?
Well, stay with us. We're going to do something as we're doing our steps of the scientific method. Step 4, test the hypothesis by experimentation. And step 5, we're going to record and analyze the experiment. That's really important. And then, what's our last step, Evan?
Share the results.
And what do we call that? We came to a
Conclusion.
There you go. Exactly right. Those are the steps. Those are pretty important for us to remember. Now, in fact, you know what? Are you working on memorizing that list? Students watching, that's just something to memorize along with the terms that go with it. Here are some other terms that tie in with the scientific method, and we'll come back to Kenny. But for students watching, when we're going through the process of the scientific method, what do we call the group of things that we're doing the test on? And Kenny.
The experimental group?
What do we call the group that we're going to use to compare everything to?
Control group.
It is. That's what we're comparing to. Now, Dixie, as we go through, we've got to make sure we keep everything the same in the control group and the experimental group. What do we call these things that stay the same? They don't change. This is a vocab word that just means always the same. Students watching, help us out and pass it to Heidi.
Constants?
Yes, good. Up to Josh. Now, there should be one thing between the control and experimental groups that's different. What do we call that one thing?
The difference.
That's the thing that varies among the groups.
The variable.
Pass it to Michael. What's the thing that varies among the groups? Don't make it too hard. Nina? Students watching, have you got it? The variable varies. What does it mean to vary, Micah? When something varies, it's not constant, it
Changes.
or is different. Right, good. What's the step of the scientific method, Manissa, that we're going to do pretty much all the way through the process as you turn sideways there? Good. Pass it to Cody. We've got our notebook, we've got our pen.
Observation.
We're going to record and analyze all the way through, remember, as we have our information that we're collecting. You know what? Let's work on those steps together as a group. So let's have everyone, please, Students watching as well, turn your books to page 14. Let's all stand. We're going to just read together the steps of the scientific method. Page 14, steps 1 through 6 there. Let's hold your book up so we can hear you nice and loudly. We're going to say the number of the step and then read it, and we'll stay together. Begin. 1. State the problem. 2. Gather information about the problem. 3. Test the hypothesis. 4. Test the hypothesis by experimentation. 5. Record and analyze the experiment. 6. State the conclusions. All right, you remain standing because I messed this up almost, but you weren't. You didn't let my mess up cause problems for you, but let's do it again. One more time. 1. State the problem. 2. Gather information about the problem. 3. Formulate a hypothesis. 4. Test the hypothesis by experimentation. 5. Record and analyze the experiment. 6. State the conclusions. Good. Have a seat. That's something you should work on a little bit as you're doing your studying after each lesson, and that'll help you to have those. Now, you can have your book open to page 16. We need to look back at the bean experiment that we did last time. And page 16 has some of the terms that refer to experiments, and I'm going to be asking folks to remind us, and page 17 is where the experiment was described, so we can all have our books open to that. We've got our beakers here that had our beans in them, and we're going to look closely at those in just a minute. But what was the problem we were trying to figure out with these beans last time, Kenny?
We were trying to figure out where the water would come in to the seed.
So that the seed could swell up and grow. Exactly. Now, who remembers what we decided was possibly the place? Cody?
The scar of the hole.
The scar on the seed. Remember we looked at the scar, we zoomed in on it, and there's a little hole beside the scar. So our idea in our mind was that that must be the place where the water comes into the seed. So in doing that, we stated what, Garrett? We said the water enters, pass him a mic there, Tommy. We said the water enters by way of the scar or by way of the hole. So we really just stated
Hypothesis.
exactly. Good. Now, what's the next step, Rihanna, that we would have to do? And we kind of, the people that had written the information in the book kind of did that for us a little bit. Actually, you know what? I skipped all the way to step 3, didn't I? The first step, we have to say, how does the water enter? That's a
Hypothesis?
not yet. See, that's where Garrett and I got just a little bit off. I'm sorry about that, Garrett. I apologize. State the
Problem?
problem, just the thing we wanted to test. And then step 2, we have to gather what?
Information?
There we go. I'm sorry, I'm getting us thrown off. Step 3, then, Everett, we can finally, after we have a problem, how does the water get in? 2, we look and examine the seed. We read about seeds. We concluded, well, maybe through the scar, maybe through the hole. And then 3, then we can formulate a hypothesis. And 4, now that we've got the hypothesis, it comes in through the scar or through the hole, then the next step is to
Test it.
and we carry out a blank or and blank. Scientists do this with their white lab coats in their lab a lot of times. Class and experiment. There we go. All right, and that's what we did since the last lesson. Remember, we put them in water. We had a. Why was it that we measured out the water ahead of time? Remember, we put in 150 milliliters of water, and that was one of our blanks. Willow, what goes in the blank there? Students watching, too. Pass her a mic there.
Make sure that both of them are the same.
Yeah, it has to be fair. And what do we call those things that are going to be the same in our two groups?
The
They don't change. They're the same. Heidi, help her.
Constants?
Constants. Now just keep the microphone for a second there. Those are the things that stay the same. So the same amount of water. What was another constant, Josh? Both of these beakers I have up here have bean seeds in. So what was another constant? Would it be the type of seeds?
No.
Well, we have beans in both. Is that constant between both groups?
Yeah.
Yes. Tell us right in the microphone. So is that a constant factor?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Caitlin, you can get a mic now. What's another constant factor?
The same kind of bean?
Right. I didn't use one kind of bean for one and one kind for another one. What's another constant factor? Something we did the same between our experimental group and control group. Manissa? Students watching, be naming all those. She needs a mic. There you go.
It's the same beaker.
Same kind of beaker, same size beakers. These sat in the same place with the same temperature, same light, same humidity, all those things. So all those are called what factors, class? Constant factors. Good, or constants. So what was the one thing that was different between the groups? Leah? One thing only should have different.
One of them had red nail polish on it.
Where on it?
On the side where water's supposed to come in.
The hole in the scar. We covered it, didn't we? We used the same kind of nail polish. We tried to use about the same amount. If you were really accurate, you would measure all of that. So all those are constant factors. All right, now why is it that we call the group without the nail polish the control? The group with the nail polish was the experimental group because obviously we were doing something different to them. And Nicole, help us. Why do we call the other group the control? What are we going to use it for?
Is that still shining in your eyes?
We didn't. We're going to use it to show the difference between them.
Exactly, we're going to compare. Good job. All right, so let's look at these up on the screen. All right, now, from the top here, it might be a little bit hard to even tell which group is which. We can definitely see the beans that are in the beakers there. And we can see, let's see, I'm just going to stir them around a little bit. The water's still in there. Aha. Okay, so we see some nail polish on some of there's some nail polish floating in the water. Must have come off. All right, so this group is our experimental group. The other group here doesn't have any nail polish, so that's our which group, class? Control. Good. And there's still water in there. The seeds are obviously bigger, so they absorb some of the water. And, this is interesting. Now, let's see here. Boy, there's a lot of floating nail polish down in the bottom there. There's a... Oh, that's interesting. Let's get that out. We'll use our forceps here. Get this thing out of here. Okay. Now, this is a seed coat all by itself. It came all the way off. All right, and there's no bean in it. It's just a hollow coat. No occupant inside. Now, what do you think then? Did the water come into the seed or not, David?
Yes.
It did come in, all right? So do you think, don't sit yet. As students watching, be thinking about it with us. Do you think it came in through the scar or the hole?
The scar.
Do you think it came in through either one of those since we covered those and it still came in?
No.
Pardon me? He's not sure. Natalie, you willing to step out on a limb? Do you think it came in through the seed or the scar?
The seed. Or the scar.
Excuse me, the scar or the hole?
The scar.
Okay, well, we painted over the scar and the hole with fingernail polish and sealed it off. So you think it came in either of those ways?
Oh, no.
No, it must have come in
Through the skin.
through the seed coat somewhere else. There were probably little microscopic holes in the seed coat, and the water just came right on in. So, pass the microphone back to Caitlin, and students watching first. Now, so did our hypothesis prove true or not? Caitlin, what do you think?
No.
No, it didn't. So does that mean we're big failures in life? Oh, no, what will we do? No. We would just make another hypothesis, set up another experiment, and try again, right? But our conclusion in this case is that our hypothesis did not prove to be correct, because the seeds in both beakers have swollen to be about the same size, haven't they? Yeah, there appears to be really no difference. So the water came in. It just got in some other way. Now, let's have Kenny come on up here for a second. And remember, these beakers were graduated. Here, you can take that. The beakers were graduated. And Benjamin, you can turn the light on for us. And so let's hold that up there. There you go. Okay, can you read it? Can you read how much water's in there now? They're graduated, so they had markings on them.
I'd say there's like 140 milliliters, 150.
Well, it's below 150, so what you said first is right. Now, it's hard for him to see because there's only every 25 units where we have a mark. Does that one look about the same?
Yes, maybe a little bit higher.
Maybe a little bit. Okay, so that's another way that we measure it and we find out, well, sure enough, the experiment turned out to be both groups absorbed about the same amount of water. There were 100, how much was there at the beginning?
150?
150 milliliters. Now there's about 140, and we could use a graduated cylinder to measure it exactly, but we don't have time to do that. So both groups behaved about the same way, didn't they? So our hypothesis did not prove true. Thank you. But that's okay. We would try again if we had time. But we don't. So let's go to page 21, chapter 2. On the third day of creation, God said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. And it was so. God created the plants on day 3. These are amazing. Green plants are among the most important things that God made. Now, unfortunately, sometimes when it's time to study plants, some people say, well, plants are boring. I don't necessarily like to study plants, but guess what? They're pretty important. Notice it says that every plant's a factory to make food. Wow. So that means, and I've got some plants here, I'm just going to get these plants that we've got. These are obviously flowers. They've been clipped off from the main plant, and we've got some leaves in here with them. Guess what? These leaves are factories. Now, you don't hear anything happening in there. No smoke's coming out. Nothing. But they're making food. That's pretty amazing. And all people and all animals depend on green plants for food. Scientists who study plants, Sean, what do we call them? That's a branch of biology that we learned before.
Botany.
And the scientist is called a?
Botanist.
Botanist, yes. We're going to look at these flowers a little bit more shortly. But first we're going to talk about a famous botanist there. So you'll want to notice on the bottom of page 21, and let's take a look at the board. This fella's name is Conrad Sprengel. Now, he was German, and he was born about 1750, was born in 1750, and he was a very important, skilled botanist. Now, by the way, students watching, if you speak German, I probably did not pronounce his name exactly right, but I'm doing the best I can there with my southern accent. All right. So Sprengel was a very important botanist. He was also a dedicated Christian. And he realized that when he studied plants, he was learning what God had designed. Notice it says on the left side of page 21, it's mentioning to us that And notice his quote, Sprengel's quote there, the wise author of nature. Notice that's capitalized. This wise author of nature is God. And notice after he observed that geranium, he said there's not even a single hair on that geranium that doesn't have a specific purpose and design. And Sprengel was one of the first to recognize some things that we assume everybody knows. Look at your book. He recognized that flowers are organs. Did you know that? Plants have organs. Flowers are organs. Leaves are organs. Now, they don't beat like a heart, or they don't do other things that you might picture a human organ doing, but they're still organs, and the purpose of flowers is reproduction. And Sprengel was very, very interested in studying this, and he learned about how insects pollinate flowers. He also, notice on the right side, page 21 there, the second paragraph, he discovered that each flower has nectar-producing organs that have special colors designed to attract insects. And that insects carry pollen grains. Now, how many knew that insects carry pollen grains? Yep. Students watching, did you know that? Well, notice that Sprengel discovered that. He was the first one to really notice that. He also observed many other details about how plants reproduce. Now, it's interesting, though, to look at how he grew up and what he studied. If you look at the first paragraph on the right side of 21, it says that he first studied theology and language in school, but he really was interested in being an amateur naturalist. A naturalist studies nature. And so Sprengel began as an amateur first while he was still a schoolmaster and a school administrator. He was studying plants and nature. And then he decided just to give his whole life to studying the wonders of the plant creation and learned many things. At the bottom of the page, it mentions the title of the book he wrote. Notice it's pretty long, but it deals with the mystery of nature in the structure and the fertilization of flowers. And he gave the glory for the amazing design of these things to God, the Creator. It wasn't until about 25 years after his death that people began to really study his works and realize that he had made some major discoveries. Go to page 22. As we look at plants, we notice that God made an incredible variety of flowering plants. Just these ones that we have in the vase here, we see many different or several different kinds of flowers here. There is an incredible variety of flowering plants, and we have only a few here. But the purpose of the flowers in a flowering plant is, yes, for beauty, but also the primary job is reproduction. Very important. And to be able to do that, the flower has to have certain parts. So let's take a look at the screen. We're going to look at the parts that the flower has that will enable it to reproduce. And these you'll want to learn. And notice you have a picture very, very similar to this in the bottom of your page 22. Notice there, the middle part of the flower here is called the pistil. And that's very important for us to be aware of. And it has 3 parts to it that are labeled. Notice up at the top you have the stigmas. I always call it the sticky stigma. And it is sticky, furry, hairy, so that it can collect pollen. It's held up in the air by the style, which is long and narrow. And then at the bottom, we have the ovary. That's the bottom part of the pistil. So next time when we review, I'll be calling on someone to name the 3 parts of the pistil. Hopefully you'll be able to say right away, stigma, style, ovary. Inside the ovary, there will be 1 or more ovules. And you'll want to notice those ovules there are there as future seeds. Now this flower only has 1 ovule. And it's not a seed yet, but it's a future seed. Just like in here, we have future doctors, dentists, lawyers. Well, this is a future seed. You all aren't doctors, dentists, lawyers yet. And neither is this seed. But it will be after all the processes occur. So the pistil is really important. It's the part that contains the ovary. The ovary will make the fruit with a seed, 1 or more seeds inside. Around the pistil, we usually have several stamen. And you notice on both sides of the pistil here, we have some stamen. And the top part of the stamen is the anther. Now, not antler, notice. That's anther, class. Anther. And then the bottom, the narrow supporting structure, is the filament. And that's going to hold the anther up. The purpose of the anther is to make pollen grains. And that's very important. We know that we need pollen and we need egg cells to join together. So the pollen grain will join, parts of the pollen grain will join with parts of the ovule to have fertilization we'll be talking about later, so that that future seed can develop into a mature, fully developed seed. Now you'll also notice that we've got these two parts on the same flower, both stamens and pistil. In many flowers that's the case. That will be a complete flower if it has petals and sepals and stamens and pistils, and we'll get to the petals and sepals shortly. But notice some flowers, certain flowers are missing. They may have just pistils. A flower that has just pistils is said to be a pistillate flower. And so you could see why, because it has just pistils. A flower that has just stamens is a staminate flower. It has just stamens. Most flowers are complete, though, and they would have both. Notice around the stamens and pistil, you have the petals here. In this case of our example, they're just white. And then below them, you have sepals, leaf-like structures that are at the base of the flower, and they were actually helping protect the flower bud before it opened up. And then finally, the very base of the flower. Now notice, by the way, the sepal goes all the way up like a leaf, so don't get confused by where I was pointing. Then at the very base of the flower, we have the receptacle. And all the other parts of the flower are attached to the receptacle there, and that kind of holds them all in place and protects them. All right, now let's turn the page. Page 23. Notice it says a cut up there. Real quickly, we're going to cut up. Now, we're not going to misbehave, but we're going to take a flower and we're going to look at some of the parts that we just learned and identify those. So we're going to dissect the flower. That's what we're going to do. And we'll do that on the screen so you can follow along. Now, the flower we have is a gladiolus, and we're going to just take one off here. And we're going to lay that on our dissecting area so we can all see it. And right away we notice some parts down at the bottom. And these look like leaves. So Kenny, what are these things?
The sepals.
Yes, they are. Good. Now go ahead and pass that microphone back. We've got the sepals removed. There were a couple of those. All right, and then around that we have the pretty part remaining here. What are these things called?
The petals?
The petals, right, good. We can take those off, and I guess I could say he loves me not, but I won't. All right, and we get the petals off. We could count those, and I'm taking them off quickly here, but we've got, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there's another little one, so we've got 6. Now we'll move these things to the side, and we've got the main parts of the flower left that allow it to reproduce. And we see, first of all, that there is one structure here. Sean, what's this part? It's growing tall here up. It's got 3 little tongues at top, but pass it to Dixie.
Pistil?
Pistil, yeah, and it's got 3 little flaps to the stigma to collect pollen, and then it goes long down style, and the ovary's kind of covered right now. We can see the stamen, and the top part of them, class, is stigma. Top part of the stamen is the anthers. Notice the pollen there. And then what holds up the stamen, class, or the anther? Filament holds up the anther. All right, and then real quickly down at the bottom of the ovary, this would be the ovary right in here, and we can open that, and we see some little structures in there, and these are little tiny ovules. There they are, future seeds inside. What did we do? We just dissected the flower. And sure enough, that would be a complete flower. It has petals and sepals and stamens and pistils. Let's go ahead and take your assignment pad. All right, your homework is to read pages 23 through 25. Read in your textbook pages 23 through 25. Complete activity 2A, flower anatomy. Complete, again, remember in your activity book, activity 2A, flower anatomy. And we'll see you next time.
Students watching with us, thank you for joining us yet. Students watching with us, thank you for joining us yet again. Here we have now taken our third quiz. We've seen two review quizzes and one reading quiz. And I just trust that you're going to continue to work hard on that for the memorization of those terms. And one of the things that helps with that is, of course, reading, and then the studying and, well, obviously the completion of that homework assignment. So let's go ahead and take a look at our homework. And David's going to help us out with number one. And we see that there's two questions for that one. David, number one, who are the patriarchs and how long did they live in Canaan?
The patriarchs are Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They lived in Canaan for 230 years.
I really appreciate the fact that you answered both of those questions. Well done, David. Matthew, help us out with number two. What is a nation state? And of course, students watching with us, you're making sure your answers are correct as well.
A nation state is a nation or a people living in its own land with its own government.
Okay, so we got some prerogatives, in other words, or I should say things that have to be met before we could qualify it as a nation state. Taylor, how did the lack of a central unified government in Canaan help Israel?
The lack of a central unified government in Canaan helped Israel to develop into a nation during the time of the patriarchs.
But do you know how it helped them? I would agree that it helped them, but do you know how? Didn't really see that? Okay, that's fine. Thank you. You can go ahead and have a seat. Students watching with us, maybe you're thinking of it, and we'll get into the fact that when you're not centralized, you're divided, then you cannot be on the same course. In other words, you are more easily defeated. We think of a basketball team. Would it be good if they all knew the same play, all the members? Okay, if the 5 members on your basketball team were doing 5 different plays, are you going to be successful? Probably not. The point guard thinks they're supposed to be passing it out of bounds and everything else, and okay, that would not be good. So they need to be unified. Number 4. Give one example of God's judgment on the lustful people of Canaan.
One example that God would give against the people would be that they were disrespectful of Him and that they weren't Christian.
Well, that would be an example of how they were being bad. But can you give an example of God's judgment on these people? And students watching this, you might be thinking of the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah and the fact that they were destroyed. And we're even thinking of how the land of Canaan was conquered. Okay, so those are examples of the judgment on those lands and how they were bad. Number 5. How were the patriarchs similar to the Canaanites, and how did they differ?
The patriarchs are similar to the Canaanites because both of them were nomads and followed the same customs. They are different from the Canaanites because the patriarchs worship the one true God.
Annie, well said. Okay, you gave the similarities and the contrast between the two. Thank you very much. And students watching this, I trust that, again, you have those answers. If having to correct one of those, make sure that you do that so that you can have the correct information, because you want to use your homework as a study guide for our test that will be coming up in the future, and that will be over chapters 1 through 3. Okay, chapters 1 through 3. Let's go ahead and turn in your books to page 15. Turn your text, page 15. If you would, put your pen there. Close your book. Look this way as we get into review. Looking back even a few lessons here, as we just had a review quiz. What group of people developed the wheel? What group of people developed the wheel? And we're going to go over here with Daryl. And Daryl, I'm going to stay with you for just a second as well, okay? Ask you a follow-up question. Go ahead.
Sumerians.
The Sumerians. Daryl, what else did the Sumerians develop?
They made the great accomplishment of writing.
Of writing, what was that writing called? With that stylus, they press it into that clay tablet.
Cuneiform.
The cuneiform. Very good, Daryl. Thank you. What is, and students watching with us, you'll have an opportunity to answer this one, the worshipers of many gods. And you're thinking of the term poly, meaning many, polytheist. Okay, very good, polytheist. And to contrast that would be the monotheist. I see everyone's book is closed. Excellent job at following the directions with that. The Sumerians, we could label them, of course, as being humanist. putting their desires, putting really themselves in place of or above God. What were those temples called that the Sumerians worshipped in? We'll go over here. Now, remember, it was, go ahead, Sam. Remember, it was the Sumerians that worshipped this way. And while there were other structures that were similar in architecture, what were these called?
Ziggurats.
The ziggurats. Fantastic, okay, the ziggurats. We spoke of the king there of Babylon with Ur-Nammu, and how he would have, or I should really say the Sumerians believed that he was receiving this law from the God, and we're going to see that being repeated over and over, unfortunately. What is the rule by one city or people over other cities or peoples? What is that term here that we're thinking of? Rule by one city. Kelly, help us out. So I've come in, Smithopolis has conquered another city. We conquered the Kelly-lites, and we're developing a what?
An empire?
An empire is exactly what we were looking for. Thank you, Kelly. And we apologize for taking you over. But don't worry, we will be nice to the citizens of the Kellyites as we've absorbed them into the family of Smithopolis. What leader was very successful at uniting a lot of the surrounding cities, unfortunately sometimes by deceit? Yes?
Hammurabi's.
And tell us something else. You are correct about Hammurabi. What else did he develop? Or what did he develop, I should say?
He developed laws.
He developed laws. Now, certainly he was not the first to come up with those laws. Those are rules that men are to follow, right? But he had them written down. Do you remember the term for that, for having the laws written down? It was promulgation, okay? Promulgation, thank you. Making the laws known, in other words. And he had over 300 of them, of course, claiming that he received them from the gods. However, something wrong about Hammurabi's laws. Can you think of some errors in his laws? DW?
One error in Hammurabi's laws was that it did not judge the people equally. If they were rich, they got a lesser punishment.
So we can say that there was no equality under the law. What else? What did his laws reflect in the area of human life?
He did not acknowledge the sanctity of life as God did.
Okay, because he put more emphasis on the material, right? Okay, very good. Thank you, DW. And finally, we get to the tool, I hate to put it that way, but the tool of religion in the area of politics, and whom did they believe became the chief god here amongst all the other gods. And students watching with us, you'll have an opportunity for this one, and you're thinking of the god of, or the god called Marduk. Okay, now what's interesting about the Marduk god, I should say, is that this is the first time that really superlatives were being given to these fake, false, imaginary gods. And so if Marduk was over your city, well then, in a way, your city was greater than the other cities because your fake gods were inferior and so forth. Just a very, very sad situation. We know that Babylon would fall, moral decay. Hammurabi's successors were unsuccessful at hanging on to it. In your books, here, turn your text to page 15. Page 15. We're going to go ahead and turn to our map, and we are going to look at the land that God had promised to a particular man that he called out of the land of Ur. And students watching with us, you're thinking of that man's name as being Abraham. And he was called out of the land of Ur around the year 2000 BC. And we're looking at our map, and I believe I may have referenced this already, but this is the area that we are talking about, the land of Canaan. Now, God is going to, and throughout the Bible and historians, will refer to the land of Canaan by quite a few different names, and we'll look at that in just a moment. But we do see the significance of its locations, it being right in the crossroads as we are coming from Africa there, out of the land of Egypt, certainly coming from Asia, and then even down from Europe. And this is going to be a route of conquest. Anybody going from one location to the next, they are passing through this land. Again, this promised land that we're thinking of that was given to, promised by God, given to Abraham. Okay, so Canaan. And we also know the significance of its size. It's significant because our God can do anything with anything, as long as they are sold out to Him. Now, that would be in the area of individuals. God can do anything with any one person. God can also do anything with any land, a country that is approximately the size of the state of Vermont. And we don't think of Vermont as being that big, do we? All right, so let's go ahead and turn our attention back here to our text. You know, if we were talking about a country the size of Texas, well, we could kind of see how it could maybe impose its will a little bit more. Because people say everything's bigger in Texas. We may have some students watching with us from Texas. No one says everything's bigger in Vermont. Vermont's known for a lot of great things, but not the size of its state because it is very small. But it's one thing to be a small state, but then to be a small country. But God knew exactly what He was doing. God is placing this land that He is setting aside for Abraham and his descendants, that promised land, at just the right strategic point. Do you believe that God had that plan before the foundations of the earth? Do you realize, and many of you probably do, but have you actually thought about the fact that God knew you before the foundations of the earth? Now, come on, Mr. Smith. I mean, you told us that the earth creation circa 4000 BC. So we're saying that the earth is circa 6,000 years old. You're telling me that God knew me 6,000 years ago? I mean, Mr. Smith, you might be 6,000 years old, but I'm certainly not. Listen, not only did God know you, but He knew who was going to be your history teacher. He knows everything about you, and He cares about you. Maybe you've heard this phrase before. Has it ever occurred to you that nothing has ever just occurred to God? Maybe you've come across something and, whoa, I've never thought about that before. That never happens with God, because God knows exactly what He's doing. And so when He looks at a man named Abraham who has no children and says, you will be the father of many nations, God says, don't worry. I've got this under control. All you need to do is trust and obey. Okay? Trust and obey. All right, so Abraham is being called here to the land of Canaan. And so we're going to go ahead and see on the board that this is going to go by some other names as well. Can you think of another name that the land of Canaan goes by? Students watching with us, you're helping us out right now. Daniel, go ahead. Tell the rest of the class over here.
The Holy Land?
It's going to be called, I'm going to say with you, it's going to be called the Holy Land. What else? If it's land that is promised to Abraham, go ahead, tell him.
The Promised Land.
Okay. What else, Daniel, is Canaan and the Holy Land and the Promised Land called?
The land of milk and honey.
The land that floweth with milk and honey. What else, Daniel? Now, Daniel, this is where the Israelites live. So what else would it be called?
Israel.
Tell the rest of the class.
Israel.
It would be called Israel. That's exactly right. I'm going to go ahead and put these terms on the board, okay? So we got Canaan and Israel, but for the careful historian, student of history, we know that it's called by another name, and this was in our reading. So absolutely everyone should know this. I know students watching with us, your hand is up. What other name does this go by based upon our reading? All right, we're going to let our students watching handle this one, and that is going to be Palestine, okay? So Palestine. So, Beth, we see up here at the board that we're looking at: Canaan, Israel, Palestine, Promised Land, and Holy Land. Wow, that's a lot of different names. It's a lot of different names for one geographical area. All right, God calls you to a place. You let him work out the details. You just be faithful and obey. Guess what? There were already people living there. Oh, no. Are you kidding me? Did God know that there were already people living there? Do you think God knew that already, class? Yes, absolutely. God already knew that. Now, God is telling us through the Bible some history of Canaan. We see this route of conquest. You know, throughout history, conflict is going to be found in Israel, unfortunately. It is. There are people that want to do great harm to God's chosen people, the nation of Israel. And as a result, Israel, that tiny nation, surrounded really by enemies. A lot of countries know nothing about that. They have got to be constantly on guard. And God has promised to protect them. Now, that's not to say that there will not be strife and that there will not be conflict. But God has promised that His people will not be destroyed. But you know, the Bible tells us a lot about prophecy. That entails events that are yet to happen. So here we are in history. Ready for this? In history today, we are going to learn about the future. Whoa. Do you want to know the future? Do you want to know what you're going to get on the next test? I'll go ahead and tell you. The grade you deserve. Some of you are a little disappointed by that, right? Nah. No, you're going to do well, okay? Provided you pay attention in class. That means keep your eyes on me and your mind, not literally on me, but your mind on me, and your nightly studying. What else would be neat to know in the future? Maybe who you were going to marry. What if they were someone you knew right now? Would that be weird? Now, don't go up to someone and go, listen, I've got a feeling in about 10 years, we're going to, get married. Because they'll probably scream and run away. Okay? And they'll spend the next 10 years chasing them, and it's just going to be a mess. But God tells us a lot about prophecy. While God knows everything in the future, there's a lot that we don't need to know. But He tells us where the strife is going to end. The last major battle, I don't call it the last battle. Technically, at the end of the millennial reign, we'll have that last battle. But at the end of the tribulation, ushering in the millennial reign of Christ, we'll have the last major battle in which Satan gathers his forces. And the Bible tells us exactly where that's going to take place. And there's a picture of it in your book. The Valley of Megiddo, and the battle is going to be called the Battle of Armageddon. Okay? So the Battle of Armageddon. And that might be a term that you've heard before. It is to signify the end of times, probably. Okay? So in the sense that people are using it. So the last great battleground of world history. And look, that looks like a peaceful place, doesn't it? A place of agriculture. Okay, Daniel, I see you're agreeing with that. So good. Look, just a valley. You see, we're calling it a valley because it's between the two mountains there. But the Bible goes into great detail about the wrath and the carnage that would take place. And quite frankly, if you were to read that, it's kind of disgusting. But Matthew, we know that God is disgusted with the wrong things that we do, with our sin. And that's the sign of spiritual maturity when you also are disgusted with sin. Although the world may laugh at it, and all of your best friends, and we use that term, incorrectly all the time, all of your best friends forever, they may giggle and think it's cute, but we've got to understand that God does not think it's cute at all. And the wrath of God will be poured out. Now, in all of his wrath and justice and judgment, God loves us and provides a way of escape. That is for you to confess, boy, I've done wrong. And I believe that God sent his son Jesus to die on the cross for our sins. And I want to ask him to be my Savior. If you do that and you mean it with all of your heart, oh, you're not going to be perfect. You'll still do wrong because of our sin nature warring inside of us, but you'll never lose Jesus. You'll have that eternal salvation. So, you know what that tells me? That tells me that we're on the winning side. Some of you, maybe you've watched a sporting event that had been previously taped, okay? And you knew the outcome of it. For example, let's say it was a football game, and your team won 51-50. And in the first quarter, they're down 50-0. Are you worried about it? If you already knew the outcome, are you worried that your team's going to lose? If you already knew the final score? You're not. Now, you don't know exactly how it's going to take place, do you? You don't know how your team's going to score 51 unanswered points throughout the rest of the game. But you do know, because you saw the final score in the nightly news or something, that it did happen. You just don't know all the details. God tells us, Christians, I'm not trying to be flippant and disrespectful here. Look at me. We win. Things on this earth, they'll get bad. Satan and his cohorts and his demons, they'll do a lot to bring in unrest and chaos. But we win. Do you get that? Does that cause you to smile? Just a little. Try smiling right now. Some of you. That's all you can do. But maybe on the inside, you're smiling a little bit more. On the inside, you're smiling like this. Outside, though, you're trying to be cool, right, Keenan? Yeah. We don't really know if you're about to sneeze or something. Okay, all right, we got it. We know we're on the winning side. That is a good thing. All right, let's talk about how Israel was developed. Not geographically, that happened at creation, but politically, if you will, as a nation. So the land of Canaan already had people living there, but God's calling Abraham. Abraham is going to be collectively what we refer to as a patriarch. I'm going to go ahead and slide this down, and you'll see why in just a moment, and we'll bring Armageddon, that future event, over here, okay? All right, so the patriarchs, plural, of Israel. Maybe we'll think of America's founding fathers. George Washington, James Madison, okay, Thomas Jefferson. Those are some of those founding fathers. These are going to be the founding fathers, if you will, of the nation of Israel. Now, again, we already know about Abraham. That's one of them. But then some of his descendants are also going to be considered patriarchs. Collectively, we would call them patriarchs. Individually, they are, and again, we've already talked about Abraham and then Isaac and Jacob. Okay? So let's go ahead and say that together, class, the patriarchs. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Okay, one more time. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And these are the patriarchs of the nation of Israel. Now, do the descendants end with Jacob? No. They're going to have a lot more descendants. But we stop with the founding fathers with just those three people right there, okay? So we see it in our book, and as we talked about in homework, lived in Canaan for a total of 230 years. These three men, founding fathers, most unusual and important nation in world history. Page 16 in your text. 16. If you think about it, this begins just it starts with the family, and the family gets larger, does it not? I want you to think about your family. Maybe some of you have, I don't know, maybe more than 5 siblings. I would consider that a large family. I was the only child. I mean, my parents had me and said, "Behold, this child is perfect. Any child after him. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm an only child, and I got along with a lot of my imaginary friends, and some of them, but very close to my parents, best friends, really I consider my parents to be. But maybe some of you might say, well, I don't know if I'm going to call my siblings my best friends. I would hope they were very good friends. You say, Mr. Smith, maybe I've got 5 siblings, maybe 6, maybe 7 siblings, maybe 27. I don't know. Siblings, okay? Possible. Large family. Well, the family became very large. I was at a family reunion not too long ago, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't know anyone there. I knew very few people. I went up to my cousin and I said, Donna, you are the only one I know here. And she said, do you want me to get you a name tag? I said, no, because then everyone will know me and I still will know no one else, right? Hey, am I related to you? That's a weird question to ask people, right? Hey, are we related? We're at a family reunion, so more than likely we are. And families get large, and aunts and uncles and cousins, and then they go off and get married, and then they have children, and so forth and so on. And there you go. Okay, so the family became very large, and eventually we got a new term here. We're going to put this beside Isaac and Jacob, but we've got the beginning here of a nation state. A nation state. And students watching with us, we're going to help us define that. So go ahead and define nation state. And you're thinking of it as, and you're getting that definition down? Okay, excellent job. A nation or a people living in its own land with its own government. Okay, so we've got to have that land there. And that is what the world wants to take away from Israel, its land, but God promised it to them, so they're not. Now, there was Babylonian captivity. Okay, we understand that. But it was restored. And then its own government. What type of government is Israel going to be? What type of government? Now, it will go into a monarchy, but originally, DW, help us out. And I see that we are all on page 16. So excellent job.
Israel will become a theocracy.
Okay. And who rules a country in a theocracy?
The country's God.
The country's God. Very good.
In this case, it would be the one true God.
In this case, thank you, DW, it would be the one true God. He would speak through representatives, sometimes judges, sometimes maybe a priest or a prophet, okay? But Daniel, we do know that it was a theocracy. Now, we also know that unfortunately they will end up rejecting that theocracy. But before we get there, God's leading them, and He leads them to the land of Canaan, and lo and behold, there are people already there. What do you think we're going to call the people that lived in the land of Canaan? This is deep here. Go ahead and help us out. And tell the rest of the class.
The Canaanites.
Okay, stay with me for just a second. Very good. The Canaanites. Whom do you think the Canaanites came from, their descendant? Because ultimately, the answer would always be Adam, but we're going to get a little bit more specific.
Noah's sons.
Okay, which one of Noah's sons?
Ham.
Very good. Why would you say that?
Because they were Hamitic people.
Well, they were Hamitic people. Very good. But Ham had a son named... Can't think of it?
Canaan.
There you go. Very good. Excellent job there. Ham had a son named Canaan, and guess what these people are called? Canaanites. All right? So just like in Smithopolis, all of our descendants would be Smithites. We conquered the Kellyites over there, the Josephites and everyone else, okay? So there we go. All right, so here in Smithopolis, but now the Canaanites. They were Hamitic people. Talked about the nation state. The Canaanites can be broken down into smaller groups. We see in our text the Amorites, Hittites, not the termites. They were someone else, okay? They lived in the woods. All right, so the Amorites, the Hittites, we'll certainly come back to the Hittites, the Kenites, and the Jebusites. And your book points out in italics, Canaan had no single center of political or military power. United we stand, or divided we fall. There was no cohesion. That helped Israel. Now, it's not that they really needed help because God was leading them, but we see disunity between the people, and the patriarchs were able to come in. As historians, we want to know about a people's religion. Why? When we know what religion they had, we know their belief system. When we know their belief system, we know some of the practices that they took part in, and we know why they took part in it. The God here of the Canaanites, they worship Baalism. I'm putting this because I'm associating this with the land of Canaan, although geographically the same land, a different group of people, not the God of Israel. Okay, the land of Canaan, they worship Baal, the chief god of the Canaanites. This worship included lust-filled fleshly desires, the sacrificing of human babies. And to these people, this was completely okay because they did not have the truth. I'm trusting that you're all Christians, and as Christians, we know the sanctity of human life and created in the image of God. We know that as Christian historians, and we see why that would be wrong. But you see, they were worshipers of pleasure. And here's the big question we have to ask when we look at that. What's your pleasure? What makes you happy? I mean, what might make one person happy, might not make another person happy. And so act on feelings, boy, that could be very dangerous. There were two cities that acted on pleasure. Unfortunately, it was sinful pleasure, Sodom and Gomorrah. And God destroyed those two cities with fire and brimstone. Students, God does not look lightly down on sin. It was evil. And the land of Canaan would be conquered as well. Now, the patriarchs were a nomadic people. Underline that term in your book on page 16, the nomads. And Matthew, I see that you're doing that. Excellent job. They were wandering people, lived off the land, traded, bartered with other people. A lot like the Canaanites. But again, the big difference there was the one true God that they worshiped. Now, eventually, through Jacob's son Joseph, Joseph would have siblings. His siblings, instead of getting better, they got bitter. They plotted Joseph's death, sold him into slavery, but God always knows what he's doing. He went from his father's house to a pit, to a prison where man forgot about him, but oh, God never forgets about us, and went to Pharaoh's palace and became the second most powerful person on the face of the earth because he continued to trust God and be faithful to him. And we're about to have that establishment of that nation of Israel, okay? We're already establishing that, but we'll see it further in greater detail. Go ahead and take out your assignment pad. You are to read History of the World, pages 18 to 20, up to where it says Egypt's Great River. In History of the World, read pages 18 to 20, up to where it says Egypt's Great River. On page 20, answer questions 1 through 4. On page 20, answer questions 1 through 4. And Geography Project 1 is due in Lesson 8. Geography Project 1 is due in Lesson 8. Looking up here at the board, okay, we saw that land of Canaan. God would call Abraham and his descendants, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, referred to as the patriarchs. That land would be called Israel. Differed in the fact that Canaan worshipped Baal, their chief god, and many other gods. We know that the Valley of Megiddo will be the location for that Armageddon, that battle of Armageddon. But prior to that, of course, the nation state had been established as that large family had their own land and their own government. And we'll get more into the events of Joseph's life. Again, trust that you'll come back, join us as we continue to study God's providential hand throughout history.
You think that's nice and cool? Come check out my room. I know, I'm gonna put everything back up there. But first, let me go pee. I promise I'll put everything back up there. Just give me a couple minutes. Mommy, I promise I'll do it myself. I just... Fine. I'll do it now.
Araw na ang kanyo ay fluid ang sana na.
No, I'm using a dip in the coral. Yeah, so right now, yeah. So, good night, everyone. Hope you enjoyed. Good night. Goodbye and good night. Question, how do I turn off the XSplit broadcaster?
Outputs. Uncheck it.